Hi, I'm Susan, and I'm 25 years old. It feels kind of odd sharing my life story now, but it feels like the right time. About a year ago, the love of my life, Jeremy, finally proposed to me. It was magical. He went down on one knee while we were roaming Sunset Beach in California on a holiday. I would have said yes a million times if I could. Overjoyed, we went to celebrate our evening with some fine dining. I couldn't have been happier. I had known and loved Jeremy for 3 years, so at that point, if he hadn't proposed, I was probably going to. As we had dinner, we discussed the wedding we would have. I said, "You know this, honey. I've always dreamed of a big wedding. All of my family with all of yours is going to be so dreamy." "Calm down, Susie. Let's take our time this year. We need to plan the money first, you know. Nothing works without it." He laughed it off, but I was way too excited for us. There was also a big secret in the making that I wanted to keep from Jeremy until I was certain. I knew once he found out, he'd be over the moon with happiness. But all things have a time, so until then, I was keeping it quiet. Slowly, the days rolled into months. I bought myself the perfect wedding dress and started picking out the venues with him. We'd spend our weekends driving around town. We went to cathedrals, small churches, and so many other places that it left us no time for anything else. I'm the organized type, so I was keeping a list of every single thing. The type of flowers we'd have, the dress code, food, everything. But in all of this, we forgot maybe the most important detail, meeting our families. I wanted to wait until everything about the wedding was fixed, but Jeremy wanted me to meet his mother. I was a bit scared because I'd never really talked to her before, but he had me convinced it would be all right. "Mom is going to love you. She used to be a lawyer, so she can be a bit straightforward, but that's just how she is. Don't overthink it," he said. "Okay, I'll try my best. I had to see her someday anyway. I just hope it goes well." We drove to her place after work on a Tuesday evening. It was a pretty house, not too big, but not too small either. She opened the door and greeted us. "Oh, my darling, how are you? It's been so long since you came home last. Don't you miss your mother?" "Hey, Mom. Of course I missed you, but it's not about us today. I want you to meet someone. This is the love of my life, Susan." "So you're the one looking to steal my son from me, huh?" She laughed and came in for a hug. "No, of course not. Just borrowing him for a little bit, I'd say." "Oh well, I'd be happy to lend him at the right price. Come on in, let's eat. Nice family dinner for everyone." We went inside the house. I was told that Jeremy's dad was not home at the time. He was attending to business and would only join us later on for dinner, maybe. My mother-in-law often spends time in the house alone, waiting for him to come so they can spend time together. I think that's a very deep bond, and it only made me more excited to meet Jeremy's dad. However, that day, my excitement would soon start slowly melting away. It's probably because of the conversation that came up at the table that day. To me, Cynthia seemed a bit too old school, and I'm trying to be respectful here because that's not a term anyone else would use. I remember how she brought this up. She asked me, "So, Susan, I was just wondering, how much do you usually make in a year?" The question took me aback. Why was she asking about my salary out of the blue? I make enough, I suppose. I'm a key member of this startup and get paid pretty decently. Sometimes more if I get some incentive for performance. Anyway, I've always felt experiences are far more important in any field. Cynthia seemed impressed, or maybe she was shocked. I really couldn't tell from the vague expression she had on. Interesting. You know, my Jeremy makes about $70,000 a year. Why are we bringing this up? Oh, it's nothing. I just thought that maybe you two should really start thinking about the money. After all, being a woman takes its toll, doesn't it, Susan? I was confused. Did she mean being a woman would be more expensive? I didn't say anything, just nodded along because I had no clue what she was going on about. The conversation ended right there, and we sat around talking about how he and I met and fell in love. I felt like revealing my secret to both Cynthia and Jeremy, but the moment didn't feel right. A few hours later, Jeremy's dad, Bob, finally joined us. He looked like he was easily in his 50s. There was a lot of gray in his beard. Bob was a pensive man. When he laughed, it was never more than a shy chuckle. His agreements were slight nods and disagreements, a quiver of his lips. He didn't say much. All this while, Cynthia was a complete chatterbox, like Jeremy, but I had no idea that she and I would get along less and less after that day. Her views of womanhood were the most surprising to me. I am an only child and was raised with pride. I was asked to never look down on anyone, especially myself, even in tricky circumstances. Cynthia was someone who had accomplished herself in the court by the time she had Jeremy, so it was really like a shockwave when she said, "Before you guys get married, I strongly suggest getting a prenup." I mean, you understand, right, Susan? You're smart. You know women can never really make as much money as men. I was stunned by the statement. The food I was chewing on just stopped where it was. What was I supposed to say? Then Jeremy stepped in. "Mom, we've talked about this. When are you going to quit saying things like that while we're eating, too?" "Oh, come on, honey bun. You know how things are. I've never made as much as your father out of respect. You think I couldn't have if I wanted to. It's just how things are. You understand, right, Susan, darling?" I understand your concern about the prenup, Cynthia, but I don't get why you think women can't make as much as men. I mean, I do technically make more than him right now, and we're not tense about it. It's completely normal. Maybe so, but that's how things work in this household. I was hoping you'd be a bit more considerate. That for me was strike one. Jeremy and I were desperately in love, so we never really thought about getting a prenup. The subject had come up, but we disregarded it. Now Cynthia was actively trying to force it on us. More specifically, on me. She thought I needed to save my money to raise children and buy kitchenware. I was sure there was more to it than she let on. Slowly, we kept having more and more conversations like this one. It was all a bit scary because the day of the wedding was coming closer. Jeremy thought it was a good idea to take Cynthia and Bob with us on a Sunday to see the venues we'd shortlisted. So we went to this beautiful church in the west of the city. It was a magnificent place with so much beauty, I wish I was good enough to describe it. This was most likely going to be the place because Jeremy and I loved it. But since we were not members of that church in particular, we would have to pay for the place. There were also the costs for the minister's time, as well as tokens of gratitude for letting us use the place. The bottom line is, it was going to be expensive, especially if you add in the costs of the dinner after party at a different venue. Cynthia and Bob looked impressed, to say the least. They walked around the church together and inspected every corner with amazement in their eyes. So far, there has been no negativity. I was feeling a bit relieved, but my relief would prove to be short-lived when Cynthia came back. "The place looks amazing. Amazing. I knew my boy had good taste." Actually, Susan picked this one out, Mum. She worked hard to find it. "It's so far from where we live, but so perfect," I said. "Oh, well, that's lovely then, but I hope she's not looking to pay for all of this." "That's a gentleman's job. Isn't that right, hun?" Cynthia asked. In response, Bob just gave a sly little smile and nodded a yes before saying, "Our son will take care of all of this. You won't spend a single penny, Susan. We're planning on splitting the costs of everything. What you're seeing is just the church. The decorations and the dinner and dance party later on are all 10 times more amazing, I replied. Oh, darling, but you need to keep your money to yourself. We don't need you to spend it. And did you think about getting your prenuptial? Cynthia pressed. Cynthia, why do you keep asking us to get a prenup? I think we're going to be a very happy couple with enough finances, I said. Oh, you say that today, but what if you come to my son's bank in the next 2 years? I hope it never comes to pass, but honey, I've seen many divorces. Women can become so selfish when they make less. You can't blame me for being cautious. Are you trying to say I'm marrying him for the money, Cynthia? That's such a terrible accusation. Oh, love, I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just saying it's worth considering. Me and Bob here got a prenup, and we're doing wonderfully. All I had to do was make less than him, and he was happy. I am sure a young woman like you can do that for Jeremy too, right? Oh my God, Mom, it's like you're not even trying to hear her out. It's not the way we do things anymore, Jeremy interjected. Wait, look, Cynthia, I really don't like the way you seem to think about women, but I'll let it go for now. I'm sure we can talk about it at home. And about the prenups, if it matters to you that much, we'll give it some thought. Okay, does that make you happy? Oh, the happiest, she said and gave me the fakest hug I've ever had. The drive home was so awkward with the two of them in the back. Me and Jeremy couldn't talk about the things that were going on at the time, so we held back. Once we went back to our place, we decided to bring it up. I feel so bad about all of this. I hoped she changed a bit, but in all these years, there's nothing, Jeremy said. It's okay, I get it. I'm not happy with how she thinks. It almost disgusts me, but I can give the prenups more thought if you're okay with it. I have nothing against it, my love. You know that. I just don't think we'll ever need them, but she's been so annoyingly persistent. Honestly, I love her, but she can get on my nerves too sometimes. It's okay. I don't want to ruin your bond with your mother. If it makes her happy, we'll get the prenups done. Let's just find a good lawyer. Fine, let's take a little break from the wedding plans then. Not a very long one, though. I really can't wait to see you in the white dress, honey. Things like this are what made me fall in love with this man. We were adaptable. We'd adjust to any situation without compromising each other. That right there is what true love looks like. So we took some time from work and got our prenup agreement straight. He would keep what's his, and I would keep what's mine if things were to ever go sideways. Now Cynthia was happy. There was a bounce in her walk now, which wasn't there before. And here I was, still unsure why exactly she wanted us to get the prenup. Surely the reason had to be deeper. It would all come clean to me when we decided to spend a night with Jeremy's parents. The night was great. We had a barbecue and danced around. Cynthia didn't bring up anything negative the whole time. Honestly, I felt like the storm had blown over. Jeremy had to go to work the next morning, but I had an off, so I was still in bed that morning. But Cynthia didn't know I was awake already, and so I heard her talking about something on call. Oh yes, they finally signed it. I'm so happy right now, you have no idea, Mary, Cynthia said. Mary was Jeremy's aunt and her sister. I couldn't believe she was already spreading the news all over the place. I don't know about this girl. I mean, she seems nice and decent, but come on, you know Jeremy. He's too innocent, never really learned how to grow up and look out for himself. And honestly, he can do so much better than her, I swear. I was shattered. I knew she was a bit strange, but Jeremy loved me with all his heart. Why would she even say something like that? I'd done nothing to hurt him in all the time we'd been together. I didn't make a sound, though. The bedroom door was slightly open, and I kept hearing the conversation as she passed around the hall doing chores. Oh, please, Mary, stop taking her side. You haven't even met her. You'll see what I'm talking about when you meet her. And one day Jeremy will see too, and then he's going to want to divorce her. And then what? She would have taken everything we have. I almost felt like crying. Even Mary seemed like she was being a bit more humane at the time, and she didn't even know me. How could a stranger understand you better than your mother-in-law? It was heartbreaking. Look, don't tell anyone, okay? The thing is, Bob's getting old and tired now, you know it. He just wants to sit in a chair and sleep all day if he can. He wants to give the business to Jeremy to handle all of it. It's not like we have another son, right? We were just scared that this random woman he fell in love with would take all the money from him. I mean, why wouldn't she? If she wants to make more money than him, why wouldn't she think of just taking all he has? What was even going on? Why would I take his money? I had enough of my own. At that moment, I began truly despising her for the way she thought. It was as if every woman was her son's enemy for her. Suddenly, the reasons for her wanting a prenup had become so clear. This was why she wanted to keep me submissive. It all just made sense. I couldn't take all the information, and tears began rolling down my face. I made sure she wouldn't hear me, though. It was a tough time, but I powered through anyway. And more importantly, Cynthia wasn't the only one with a secret. The thing is, I've been working with my startup for a few years now. I saw its initial days and helped expand it to so many states. Now our current CEO, Edgar, was stepping down because he wanted to jumpstart his own separate venture, and he thought it best for me to take up the decision instead. I'd been unsure about taking it up so far, but now I was sure. And that's the news I had to break to Jeremy, and oh boy, I will, just in a way no one would have expected. And so it began. The wedding day was going to be upon us soon. I had big plans, and I wanted Jeremy to be a part of them, but I wasn't going to tell him everything. He had to know about the promotion first, though, so when we were alone at our place, I decided to tell him. Hey, hon, I think there's something you should know. Okay, what is it? Is it about my mom? No, it's not. It's about me. About us. Jeremy sat down on a chair with a worried face. He probably thought it was bad news by the way things were going between me and his mom. I couldn't wait to turn that frown upside down. So you remember how I told you this one time that Edgar kind of wanted to start his own thing? Your boss, Edgar. Yeah, I think you did. It was a while ago, though, like almost a year ago. Yes, it was. Well, he is going to leave us. He's got everything planned out for his next move, and I sat down next to him. Someone needs to fill in his position, and he wants it to be me. What? Are you serious? He looked amazed and shocked at the same time. I couldn't contain my joy. Yes, honey. It's a big promotion. Oh my God, I'm so proud of you. We embraced for what felt like hours. I was so happy to have someone so happy and excited for me. It was nothing short of a blessing. Things started being smooth between me and Cynthia, but it was like the calm before the storm. She would give me looks and say things like, "Don't you ever worry, Susan. If you ever get fired or want to quit your job for your kids, we'll keep you happy," which always infuriated me. But I didn't strike back too hard at her. I'd keep my composure until it was time. When the day was finally upon us, we made sure we invited everyone. My parents, his and my work friends. Yes, that included Edgar as well. He was an old but gentle man with blue eyes. Edgar had a son who was about my age, and he brought his whole family with him to the wedding. The church was adorned beautifully. The flowers, the dress, and the decorations were all hand-picked by the two of us. We didn't get a chance to talk much during the ceremony, but it was during the after-party that Cynthia's mind was blown away. We were standing around, greeting everyone when Cynthia and Bob arrived straight from the church. "Oh, darling, you look so beautiful. I can't believe it. And you too, Susan. Everything was so perfect. I knew my son wouldn't be a cheapskate when it comes to big celebrations. Oh, I'm so proud. Actually, I didn't pay for anything, Mom, but thanks. I appreciate the gesture." "What do you mean you didn't pay?" "So you went with the split?" "No, not that either. Susan paid for everything." "There is no way, even at your salary, you could have afforded this, darling. Where did this money come from?" "Actually, Cynthia, I quit my job. I have another job now." "What? Another job?" It was right then that I saw Edgar and his family walk in. Everything was working perfectly. I went to get Edgar so he could meet my in-laws. This is Edgar. Edgar, these are my in-laws, Cynthia and Bob. "Oh, hello, Bob. I've heard you're a businessman too. How proud are you of having this one around?" he said, looking at me and laughing. "Oh, very. I assume you're a businessman too then." "Ah, yes, I used to be her boss." "You used to be?" "Yeah. Susan, you haven't told them about it. I thought they would know by now." "I was just going to, actually, but I thought it would be better if you did the honors. Nobody likes singing their own praises, Edgar." He laughs and nods his head. He's always been a jolly man. "Oh, wow. Then let me break it to you. Susan is now CEO of the company a bunch of us started 5 years ago. I think she'll bring great success to it in my absence, especially with all of you supporting her. I've been so glad to be invited to the wedding. My son's getting married too in a few months. Susan's entire family will always be on the guest list, okay? Of course, we'll all be there." "Good. Now I'll let you guys be." With that, Edgar left to join his family for dinner, and the effect was as expected. Cynthia and Bob had their jaws on the floor for a good minute. "Oh, why didn't you tell us, love?" "Exactly. I didn't even know you were conducting such great business. I just wanted it to be a surprise. And if you've been wondering, that's how I paid for everything." Unbelievable. This is such great news. We have to celebrate alone as a family. "I'm so sorry I've been so hard on you, Susan. Really, you are perfect for our boy. And you know what, forget about the prenup thing too. I'll be happy even if you don't want to do them." "We already did them, Mom, like you asked." "What? Really? But you can reverse them, right? I mean, it's not like you'd ever split, is it?" "No, but we felt like your advice was right. He keeps his money, and I keep mine. Isn't that exactly what you wanted? But what if Jeremy wants to be a part of your business?" "Do you want to be a part of it, Jeremy?" "Not really. I'm happy as it is." "He's happy, Cynthia. Their food is ready. I'd say you better eat it before it goes cold." And that's just how things ended. Cynthia was blown away, and as expected, she tried to go for as much money as possible. Meanwhile, I had love, and that's all you ever need. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jocelyn. I am 31 years old, and I have been living the life I have always dreamed of. My husband and I were happily settled in our beautiful dream house, a place we had worked hard to own since our wedding 2 years ago. It was a spacious and stunning home, complete with a big garden and a refreshing pool. We had saved diligently for years to make this dream a reality, and we both had thriving careers to thank for it. Me as a lawyer and him as a doctor. Life was perfect until the day his parents moved in with us. At first, it seemed like a temporary arrangement, a chance for them to get back on their feet after facing some financial setbacks. My husband, being the caring son that he was, couldn't turn them away in their time of need. We agreed to welcome them into our home, hoping it would only be for a short while. But as days turned into weeks and weeks into months, it became evident that this temporary situation wasn't going to end any time soon. His parents seemed to have grown comfortable in our house, making themselves at home quite literally. They started taking control over the house, imposing their own rules and preferences. And one day, they did something horrible to show me that I do not belong in this place. This story is about how I exposed them in front of their son. My in-laws showed up at our house in the middle of the night, telling me that they had lost their home and their savings in a scam and that they had nowhere else to go. My husband offered to let them stay with us until they got back on their feet. Jocelyn, Abel, we need to talk. Something terrible has happened. We've lost our home and all our savings in a scam. We have nowhere else to go, darling. We're left with nothing. Our hearts ache, but we didn't know who else to turn to. Mom, Dad, you don't have to worry. We'll find a way to help you through this. Stay with us until you can get back on your feet. We'll face this together. Kids, we can't thank you enough for your kindness. We promise we'll find a way to repay you for this. We're family and family stands by each other. Don't worry about repayment, Mr. Johnson. Our priority is to help you rebuild your lives. Jocelyn, dear, thank you. We'll do everything we can to get back on our feet as soon as possible. Before my in-laws moved into our house, I had decided to take a short break from work. Little did I know that they would misinterpret my temporary absence as being jobless. Just 4 days after their arrival, my mother-in-law approached me with a well-meaning but misguided concern. I was taken aback by her straightforward question, not expecting such a conversation so soon after their arrival. Nevertheless, I composed myself and responded politely, but my mother-in-law seemed unconvinced with that answer. Why don't you go to work? Do you depend entirely on Abel for financial support? Oh no, it's not that I'm jobless. I took a few days off from work to relax and recharge. I plan on returning soon. Well, dear, it might be a little burdening for Abel if you don't handle your expenses. You should consider being financially independent. I appreciate your concern, Esther, but please rest assured I'm not entirely dependent on Abel for my expenses. I have my income and contribute to our household finances. This break is simply a way for me to take care of myself and recharge. Once I'm back at work, things will go back to normal. All right, dear, I just wanted to make sure everything is all right. You know we care about both of you. Thank you, Esther. I understand your worry, and I truly appreciate your concern for our well-being. But I assure you, everything is fine. I'll be back to work soon, and we'll continue managing our expenses as we always have. After that conversation, things between my in-laws and me took a turn for the worse. Whenever I mustered up the courage to approach Abel for financial assistance, I couldn't help but notice disapproving frowns and annoyed expressions on the faces of my in-laws. It seemed as though they had formed a negative opinion of me. One day, as I was passing by the living room, I overheard a conversation between my father-in-law and mother-in-law. I just don't understand why she refuses to go to work. She's been jobless for weeks now. It's as if she's relying solely on Abel's wealth to fund her shopping spree. I talked to her about the same. She says she handles all the expenses by herself, but I see her asking for money from Abel every time. I always had my doubts about her, dear. She must think we're fools, believing that she can take advantage of Abel's hard-earned money without lifting a finger herself. I think we must talk to Abel or Jocelyn directly. I am not in support of this decision of theirs." My heart sank upon hearing their misguided assumptions about me. They had painted me as a lazy gold digger, someone who squandered Abel's wealth on frivolous shopping instead of contributing to the household. I'd always dreamt of a harmonious family life after marrying Abel. I didn't know that my in-laws had a different idea of how things should be. Every day I found myself at the beck and call of my in-laws, who seemed to relish in bossing me around. They treated me as if I was some kind of gold digger, assuming that I depended solely on their son for everything. Their behavior had created a toxic dynamic within the household, leaving me feeling like a servant rather than a valued family member. It was especially apparent during mealtimes. While I tirelessly prepared all the meals, my mother-in-law and father-in-law would simply sit and relax, seemingly oblivious to my efforts. They expected me to cater to their every need, even going so far as to ask for a glass of water. It was as if they believed my purpose in the house was solely to serve them. Sometimes she'd tell me, "Jocelyn, dear, can you put mine and Charlie's clothes into the laundry? I'm very tired." "Sure, I'll do it," I would reply. Both of them would ask me to hand over a glass of water 7 to 8 times a day. The house looked like a complete mess, and even the maid was tired of their behavior. She'd have to clean the floors many times because my in-laws kept spilling something. I don't even want to get started on the noises. They'd turn on the TV and watch variety shows at full volume, which gave me a lot of headaches. Every time I'd sit in front of my laptop to check documents and case papers, my mother-in-law would ask me to get her something. Like this one time, "Jocelyn, dear, I have a little fever. Can you please get me some medicines?" "Esther, you can log into an online pharmacy app. They'll deliver in half an hour, which is exactly how much time it would take me to bring them myself." "That costs extra. You're over here doing nothing, just scrolling through your laptop. Why can't you get me my medicines? You are seriously so lazy." "Esther, I'm over here checking some important documents. You and Charlie are the lazy ones here." "How dare you talk to me like that? I am your mother-in-law, and my son is the one who's paying for you. You should listen to everything I say." "Your son is also my husband, and we built this home together. He agreed to pay for me, just like he's paying for you while you sit here and relax." "Oh my God, you are so disrespectful and ungrateful." The once harmonious atmosphere began to fray at the edges. Their presence brought tension, and our once happy home felt suffocated. Their constant interference and unsolicited advice started to create a rift between my husband and me. I didn't know whom to talk to, so I turned to my best friend, Diane, thinking that she might give me some valuable advice. A few weeks ago, my in-laws moved into our home temporarily because they had lost their house and savings in a scam. You won't believe it, but it turned out to be an absolute nightmare. What did they exactly do? Well, let me tell you about my in-laws. They are the worst I've ever encountered. They are so rude and ungrateful. It is unbearable. They treated me like a servant and a stranger, constantly bossing me around and criticizing everything I did. It feels like they think they own the house and everything in it. That sounds awful. How do they behave? They're demanding and disrespectful, always expecting things to be done their way. They have no regard for our belongings or resources, using them carelessly and wasting everything. Our house is constantly noisy, messy, and filled with unnecessary trouble caused by them. That must be incredibly frustrating to deal with. You have no idea. It's like living in a constant state of chaos and stress. Their behavior makes me feel devalued and unappreciated. I can't believe how they could treat someone like that, especially their family member. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. Did you ever confront them about their behavior? I tried to address the issues, but it only made things worse. Since I'm on a break from work right now, they think I am jobless and depend on Abel for everything. I have my savings and Abel is my husband. Of course, I'd ask him for money. He married me. They constantly disrespect me. My dream home is becoming a nightmare for me. Jocelyn, why don't you talk to Abel about it? He should understand that his parents are in the wrong this time. Yes, I think so. I should talk to him. One evening, as we sat in the living room, I gathered the courage to speak my mind. Honey, don't you think it's time your parents found their place? It's been months, and I miss having our space to ourselves. I know, but they're still not financially stable. I can't just ask them to leave. I'm not saying we should abandon them, but we deserve our space too. This was our dream house, remember? It's just about a few days. They'll leave soon. As the days passed, my frustration grew. The once joyful conversations at the dinner table turned into tense silences. My husband's attention shifted, and it felt like I was slowly losing him to his parents' demands. Then, one day while my husband was at work, his parents requested a serious conversation with me. They asked me to sit down, their faces stern and disapproving. It was a conversation I never anticipated. Listen, we need to talk. We've reached a decision, and we believe it's time for you to leave. Yes, we don't like you or trust you. We feel like you're just using our son for his money. You're jobless, and we believe you're a gold digger. But that's not true. I love your son genuinely. I never married him for his money. I married him because I love him. We don't see it that way. We think you're a bad influence on him. You're not good enough for him, and he deserves better. We want you out of his life and out of our house. Consider this your 1 week notice. Can we talk about this? There's nothing to talk about. We've made our decision. But why? I don't understand. I love your son, and I thought we had a good relationship, and I remember I made it clear that I am not jobless. This is a break that I took to focus on my life. You may love him, but we don't believe you truly care for him. You're just after his money. And what kind of job allows you to take a month off? That's not true. I married him because I love him, not for his money. He was just a student when we first met. Oh, come on. We know your type. You saw an opportunity and took advantage of it. No, you're wrong. I've always supported him in his dreams. I never asked him for anything material because I'm capable of getting that for myself. And if you are forgetting, he is my husband, and I do have some rights on him. We don't believe you. You're just trying to manipulate him into thinking you're a good person. That's not fair. I've been nothing but kind and respectful to both of you. You may act nice, but we see through your act. You're a bad influence on him, and we won't stand for it. Can't we find a way to work things out? I don't want to lose my marriage. It's too late for that. We've already made arrangements for you to leave in a week. A week? That's not enough time. Please reconsider. No, our decision is final. You have 1 week to pack your things and leave. I can't believe you're doing this to me. I never thought you would treat me this way. It's for the best. You're not right for our son, and we won't allow you to ruin his life. You can't control our lives like this. We're adults, and we can make our own decisions. We know it's best for him, and he will thank us one day. Well, I won't leave without a fight. I love him, and I won't let you tear us apart. We'll see about that, but mark our words, you are not welcome here anymore. I couldn't help but laugh. They thought I was jobless, and the expressions on their faces clearly showed that they thought I had gone crazy. Well, let me set the record straight. I am not jobless or a gold digger as you might have assumed. I am a successful lawyer with a thriving career and financial independence. Is that so? And why do you think we'll believe you? You ask Abel for money every now and then. I think you are lying. No, that couldn't be further from the truth. In fact, I contributed equally to our household expenses and even helped pay for half of the house we used to live in. I have all the legal documents to prove it, but more importantly, despite the recent events, I want you to know that we have a loving and healthy marriage. We're happy together. Yes, we faced financial challenges, but our relationship was built on love and mutual support. Are you saying that you have a successful career? Honey, you're so delusional. Oh, is it me who's delusional, or is it you guys who are running away from the police? Their faces turned pale, realization dawning upon them. The comfortable mask they wore shattered, revealing their true nature. The weight of their actions began to weigh heavily on their conscience as they faced the impending consequences of their deeds. What nonsense are you talking about? Well, let me tell you something else. I discovered your little scam, and I've reported it to the authorities. You're not victims. You're criminals who have deceived and swindled countless people out of their hard-earned money. That's preposterous. How dare you accuse us of such things? Oh, it's not just an accusation. The evidence is overwhelming. The police are actively searching for you, and it's only a matter of time before you're caught. This can't be happening. We're respected members of society. Respected members cheating innocent people out of their money is anything but respectable. You thought you could get away with it, but justice will prevail. The law will catch up to you, and you'll face the consequences of your actions. This is outrageous. How could you betray us like this? We are your husband's parents. You betrayed me first by trying to kick me out of my own house, and now so many innocent people. I'll not stand idly by and watch you harm more innocent lives. The truth will prevail, and you'll be held accountable for your crimes. It was a misunderstanding. We thought you were a bad influence on our son. Yes, correct. I also think you are a bad influence on our lives, and I made sure to report it to the authorities. What? You're bluffing. No, I'm not. You're not victims. You're criminals who have cheated hundreds of people out of their hard-earned money. The police are after you, and it's only a matter of time before they catch up. This can't be happening. Just as our conversation reached its peak, a knock on the door interrupted us. I opened the door to find police officers standing there, ready to take my in-laws into custody. They had been tirelessly tracking them down for months, and were grateful that I had tipped them off. Are these the individuals you reported? Yes, officers. These are the ones. The police officers wasted no time. They swiftly handcuffed my in-laws and read them their rights, their faces turning pale with the realization that their actions had finally caught up with them. We've been after them for quite some time. Thank you for your cooperation. Your tip-off has helped us bring these criminals to justice. You're welcome, officers. I couldn't stand by while they continued to harm innocent people. It's good to see justice being served. With my in-laws now in police custody, I felt a sense of relief. The deception had been exposed, and they would now face the consequences of their actions. The police officers expressed their gratitude once more before escorting my in-laws away. Later that day, when Abel returned from work, I knew it was time to share the whole story with him. I laid out the details of his parents' financial misdeeds, not holding back any information. To my relief, Abel stood by my side, understanding the depth of their betrayal and the need for consequences. We'll get through this together. Finally, I was grateful that our home now belonged to us, and no one could invade our privacy once again. Our once peaceful life was back on track with his parents, serving time for their actions. You know something is seriously wrong with your mother-in-law when none of her children has nice things to say about her. Not only that, but also her daughter-in-law describes her as a living nightmare. That is my mother-in-law for you. It wasn't just her. It was her and almost her entire friend circle. I, Stella, had the glorious opportunity to end their toxic behavior. Let me tell you how. My husband, Dmitri, and I became a couple in college. We were in the same class and bonded over the fact that we both knew Russian. While he was an actual Russian, I had simply learned it as a hobby. I am multilingual and in many languages. Dmitri was extremely impressed by my skills, and we developed a good relationship pretty soon. By the end of 2 months, I knew I wanted to be with this man. Trust me, my husband is one of a kind. Soon we began to date. When we crossed a few years and graduated, Dmitri decided to give me a little warning about his mother, Pauline. Our relationship was progressing excellently, and plans of marriage were in the air. So he decided to give me a heads up. He said, "Stella, since we have been discussing marriage, I think you need to know my family a bit. Why don't we meet up with them? It would be fun. I'm excited to finally meet them. Our dinner and Dominic and Natasha from our graduation. I don't know why your mom never came. She is like that. Stella, this is why I think I should warn you. My mom is not the best out there. It's not like she was abusive or something. It's just that she doesn't care about us. She's pretty self-obsessed and always has been. I'm afraid she will offend you. Really, how bad can it be? Maybe you are overthinking this. I'll be fine." "No, Stella, you don't understand. She's not a very good person. She has been nasty towards Natasha as well. I guess she feels threatened when a woman joins her family. She's used to being the matriarch. Me and Dominic are still in contact because she depends on us and we can't abandon our mom. Back then, I sort of didn't believe Pauline could be so bad. Dimitri did tell me a lot of stuff about his mom. However, I believe that people can't be so vile. Even Natasha and Dominic had told me about Pauline's obnoxious behavior. Things became clear to me when I finally met Pauline. At the first meeting itself, I could tell that Pauline was a vain woman. She said, "So, Stella, tell me a little bit about yourself. I have no idea why my son fancied someone who isn't Russian. My sons are disappointments to me anyway. But I was counting on Dimitri to find me a good daughter-in-law. The first one is a joke about a woman. Excuse me, why would you say that about your sons and Natasha? Because it is true. She's an infertile person. I can't believe my son hasn't divorced her yet. But then again, my sons tend to annoy me. Since you are here, I assume marriage has been talked about. We are planning to get engaged, Mom. It won't be long. So I have to put up with this stupid girl for the rest of my life. Good to know. Is this meeting done yet? I have a spa date with my friends." This woman was shocking. She met me for the first time and didn't show any respect towards me and her own family. It was ridiculous. What's even more shocking is the fact that her sons are providing for her while she goes away and spends her money. Despite this, she kept calling them disappointments. I immediately knew that having a relationship with Pauline would be a disaster. When Dimitri finally proposed to me, I did voice out my concerns. I said, "Dimitri, I don't have a good feeling about Pauline. She is a vile woman. I'm sorry to say this, but your mom is the worst. How can you still have a relationship with her?" "I can't help it, Stella. She's my mom and my only parent. If I don't take care of her, she would have no one. I was hoping she would eventually change her ways. I'm not very sure about that, Dimitri. Honestly, I don't even want to be around her. I'm worried she would be a bad presence in our lives." "Don't worry, Stella. If she tries anything with you, I won't tolerate it. I know my boundaries. I trusted his words. Dimitri did love me a lot, and I was sure he would protect me if necessary." However, after our wedding, Pauline's presence still became a huge problem. She constantly made me and Natasha work for her and fulfill her demands. Whenever Dominic and Dimitri were busy, she called us and demanded us to come and help her. She never stopped berating us whenever she saw us. It was becoming too much for us. However, Dominic and Dimitri had a hard time saying no to her. Plus, me and Natasha didn't have parents, so we went the extra mile to try and salvage a relationship. Everything changed when I discovered something even more horrible about her. You see, Pauline had a weekly lunch meeting with her friends. At first, we thought it was just old ladies spending quality time. That was until I heard their conversations. One day, I had to go to her house to get some documents for Dimitri. When I knocked on her door, Pauline let me in. Her friends looked kind of uncomfortable, but didn't say anything. As I was leaving with the documents, I overheard their conversation in Russian. They said, "Why did you let Stella in, Pauline?" "Oh, don't mind her. She's a dumb girl and doesn't know Russian. She says she does, but I know she is lying. Stella is super pretentious. You should have seen how fat she looked in a bikini on her recent trip. I swear a whale would look better. It would be a shame to be seen with her. You, really? These girls know nothing about being decent. My daughters-in-law are the same. She dresses like a cheap woman. You know, the last time she showed me clothes, I went and threw them out. She cried for days, and it made me so happy. God, they do deserve our little punishments. You know, I taught Natasha a good lesson last time. I added almonds to her food. She is allergic to them. I lied and said I didn't know. I don't know why she survived. She can't even have kids, so what's the point of her being alive? Good for you to teach her a lesson. My daughter-in-law has been getting out of control. I'm thinking about leaking some embarrassing pictures of her. She's been body conscious recently. I bet it would teach her a lesson to stop eating so much. I wanted to starve her the last time she was here. Good, I did. I should try this out with Stella. That girl needs to be starved for a day or two. I doubt that will help, though. I can see why her parents decided to escape from her. I would have died too if I had such an ugly daughter. These girls think they are better than us. It's good we punish them when necessary. They have already charmed our sons. Someone needs to keep them under control and show them their place. Yes, these were the discussions that Pauline and her friends had every day. They kept on saying even more vile things and planning evil schemes on their daughters-in-law. Hell, Pauline even made fun of me by mentioning my dead parents. It made me sick to my stomach. With my quick thinking, I took out my phone and started to record. Then I quietly left the house without them knowing. I couldn't bear to be there anymore. Honestly, their discussion made me pretty sick and furious. I felt like crying my eyes out. These people were horrible. I had no idea a group of old ladies could be so vile and cruel. The things they continued to say disgusted me. I was furious at Pauline and the other women. They had no shame in plotting and scheming against their daughters-in-law. Hell, they took great joy in the suffering of their daughters-in-law. I was furious and wanted to reveal their true faces to everyone. So I made a plan. I knew that all the sons and daughters-in-law needed to know what goes on in these meetings held by the old ladies. Since all of the men and their wives were Russian, they would easily understand what was being said. I was the only one who wasn't Russian. Keeping this in mind, I decided to host a party. I didn't inform my husband about what had happened. Instead, I simply told him that we could organize a barbecue for everyone. However, I did meet up with Natasha and had a conversation with her. I said, "Hey, Natasha, there is something I wanted to tell you. Do you know those lunch meetings that Pauline goes to every week?" "Yes, what about them?" "Were you allowed to join in?" "Technically, I wasn't. I went home to get some documents and they let me in. I guess they thought I wouldn't understand their discussion. Pauline doesn't know that I learned Russian years back. I recorded their conversation for you." I played the recording for her. She got wide eyes and immediately looked pissed. By the time the recording was done, she was ready to slap someone. I had to guess who that could be. She said, "What the hell were they thinking?" I always thought she was having a friendly get-together. She lives on our money but has no problem talking about us. Believe me, Natasha, I cannot comprehend the freaking audacity of these women. I only recorded parts of the conversation. They kept saying much worse things. To tell everyone right now, this is insane and wrong. There is no way I will keep in contact with Pauline after this. No need to tell anyone right now, Natasha. I'm planning a party very soon. I want you to invite all the sons and daughters-in-law you know. Make sure they show up, no matter what. We will give these women a taste of their own medicine. So Natasha and I made plans to arrange everything. She called up multiple people, while I informed the ones I know personally. We didn't tell them about the conversations with the mother-in-law. Instead, we just requested their presence. No one knew what was waiting for them. Pauline was also invited along with her friends. She said, My, Stella, it's been a week since you came back from vacation, and you are already planning a party. I see that you are hell-bent on landing my son in debt. Me and Dmitri are splitting the costs, Pauline. Even Natasha is contributing to it. Who needs enemies when you have daughters-in-law like mine? I guess I'll see both of my sons on the street in no time. Well, who knows? One of us might end up on the street very soon. For now, we expect to see you at the party. All your friends are invited. I will inform them after you confirm. Oh, at least I'll have someone to talk to. Okay, then, I will be there. With Pauline's confirmation, me and Dimitri began inviting all her friends as well. I even invited the ones who don't attend lunch meetings. Everyone needed to know what Pauline and her group were like. My invitations were all answered, and everyone did show up for the party. I had everything arranged. I was simply waiting for the perfect chance. People were mulling about and enjoying themselves. Pauline and her group were in the corner gossiping about something. I have a good guess what they are talking about, especially because they were away from the rest of the people so that no one could hear them. Once everyone arrived, I seated them on my lawn and proceeded to the microphone. Yes, I did rent all the equipment. I'm extra that way. I took the microphone and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my barbecue party. I've taken great pain to organize this event, and I'm glad all of you made time for me. Now that everyone is here, I want to tell you the real reason why you were all called here. You guys might want to hear this very carefully. Trust me, you won't be disappointed. Well, we all know that Pauline and her friends like to arrange some awesome lunch meetings on weekdays, but we never knew what they talked about in their meetings until now. That is, you see, I had a rare chance to hear what the meeting was all about, and let me tell you, all Pauline and her friends do is berate their daughters-in-law and plot against them. That's not true at all. We never make fun of our daughters-in-law. Why would you say such a thing? You don't even know Russian. How did you understand what we said? You have a habit of underestimating me, Pauline. I did tell you that I understand Russian very well. You always thought I was bluffing. Well, spoiler alert, I wasn't bluffing at all. That is impossible. You are talking about us and insulting us. You have no proof of your horrible claims. Well, I do have proof of your nasty activities, Pauline. People, I'm going to play a beautiful recording of Pauline and her group talking at their lunch meeting. You can hear it and decide for yourself. With that, I switched on my phone and played the recording on the microphone. The entire atmosphere changed in a few minutes. From having curious eyes, my guests quickly switched to being extremely mad and ready to blow up. The things that the mothers-in-law said in the recordings were awful. I looked over to Dimitri and Dominic, and both of them looked freaking mad. When the recording ended, everyone freaked out. All the sons and daughters-in-law verbally lashed out at their mothers. Even Dominic and Dimitri berated Pauline. They said, "What the hell is this, Mom? Are you freaking out of your mind? This is what you do with your friends at my house." Dimitri, listen to me, son. This is all a trap. I had no idea Stella speaks, who understands Russian. This was all a setup. Please believe me, this is one of the most ridiculous things I've heard today. Everyone knows Stella speaks Russian. You are the one who refused to believe her and mocked her for it. Stella responded me out to be a monster. I'm not like this, son. I was just venting to my friends. Stella has no right airing our dirty laundry like this. How dare you try to justify your behavior? You told everyone about the issues we go through. You were the one who started this. What is wrong with you? You have some nerve making fun of us, Pauline. I don't know why I even put up with you. How the hell did you think it was okay to make fun of my infertility like that? You even body-shamed Stella and talked about her. Pauline was busy trying to explain her side to her sons. Meanwhile, every mother-in-law was getting cornered by their sons and being berated by their daughters-in-law. It was a fiasco. However, all these vile women deserved it. Dominic and Dimitri would not listen to what Pauline was saying. They said, "I'm not going to forget or forgive what you have done. We have put up with your freaking behavior long enough. I'm going to stand up for my wife and protect her. We are done with you, Mom. Don't bother showing your face again. We are disowning you as well. Hell, if I ever see you again, I'll pretend you are no one to me. Say goodbye to the monthly allowance I send you. You don't deserve my money." "Well, cut it, Mom. You should have thought about things before you went around bad-mouthing our wives. Like Dominic, I'm going to stop giving you money as well. Enough is enough." Pauline started to freak out completely. She broke down, screaming and crying, while her friends were also doing the same. In the end, all of them were promptly kicked out. The rest of us discussed everything and decided to have a good time among ourselves. It was a barbecue party after all, so we made the most of the night despite the circumstances. All the men and their wives came up to me and thanked me for informing them. They were grateful that I didn't keep this information to myself. When the party finally got over, I decided to apologize to Dimitri and Dominic. I said, "Dimitri, Dominic, I am sorry for revealing things so publicly. I wanted everyone to know at once, and you confronting them individually would mess things up. I didn't want to give them time to cook up something." "No, Stella, you don't have to apologize. We already know why you guys didn't come up to us first. To be honest, me and Dominic were in denial when you and Natasha complained about Mom. We needed this wake-up call. Yes, this needed to be done publicly. Who knows what they have cooked up in their next meeting? Don't worry, guys, from now on, things will change. We meant what we said. I and Dimitri won't support Mom anymore. She can figure things out on her own." We talked for the rest of the night. It got so late that I asked Dominic and Natasha to stay over. The next day, Pauline showed up at our house again. She was banging on the door and hurling insults at me. I guess she thought I was alone at home since I worked from home. Imagine her surprise when two very angry-looking sons of hers opened the door. Talk about adding fuel to the fire. Yes, Pauline turned the waterworks again. While Natasha and I laughed our butts off, Pauline tried to sway her sons. However, Dominic and Dimitri simply closed the door in her face. Days passed, and Pauline did everything to try and make up with her sons. She even tried to talk to me and Natasha and asked us to help her. We laughed in her face and told her to go to hell. As the months went by, Pauline soon realized that both her sons were serious about not spending money. She cried to everyone about losing her house because her landlord was threatening to kick her out. When she called us, we simply ignored her. She can get a job for all I care. It's been over 6 months since the incident. So far, we have news that Pauline is living with her sister in a different state. Her sister didn't want to take her in, but felt like she had no choice. However, she did tell her to find her jobs if she wants to stay. News is that she is making excuses, so I'm not sure how long her sister will put up with her. Meanwhile, her other friends have also faced serious consequences for their behavior. Some have been removed from their sons' homes, while others have gone low or have no contact. The group had broken up since everyone kept blaming each other for the fiasco. At this point, I don't even care what happens to the rest. Dimitri and I are back to having a peaceful life without finding Pauline criticizing our every move. Husband told me his sister is moving in with her family and I must move to my parents' house. So I moved out, but it changed everyone's life. Well, in that case, let's do one thing. You shift to your parents' house for some time. Seriously, Jack, you want me to shift to my parents' house so that your sister can have a comfortable stay in this house? We were married for 2 years, and our married life was going quite smoothly. One day, my husband told me that Carol was moving in with us, and hell broke loose on me. Hi, my name is Alicia. I'm 28 years old, married to Jack, who is 27. Jack and I worked for the same company, but in different departments. We were friends for some time before dating each other. We were more friends than a married couple. After a few months of my marriage, I quit my job and started freelancing, so I was mostly at home, taking care of the house and also working. We were married for 2 years, and our married life was going quite smoothly. One day, my husband told me that Carol was moving in with us, and hell broke loose on me. To give a little context, Carol is my husband's elder sister. Carol and Jack were very young when their mother passed away. Carol, being the older one, was more vulnerable to the loss. Although she was a kid too, she ensured that her baby brother didn't miss their mother. Needless to say, she became a mother figure to Jack. After Jack's father remarried, Jack and Carol lived with their grandparents. Both of them moved out eventually after getting into university. Carol was already married when I started dating Jack. Jack often mentioned his sister when we were dating. Carol is like a mother figure to me. She's the one who has raised me, literally. She took care of me, nursed me when I was sick, consoled me, and put me to sleep when I missed Mom. She protected me from the bully in the school, and she was always there for me. She is very precious to me, you know. Jack and Carol's bond is understandable because they have grown up together without their parents. It is natural for siblings to get attached in such circumstances. But Carol was overly maternal to Jack, sometimes to the extent that she became intrusive and suffocating. She was critical about everything related to Jack on the pretext of protecting him. Jack told me that she never liked any of his girlfriends. In fact, some of his girlfriends broke up with him only because of Carol. She would get too nosy. Jack had learned the hard lesson of never introducing his girlfriend to Carol. Hence, I never got to meet her until my wedding day. Although Jack loved Carol dearly, he was also aware of her snobby attitude. When Carol met me for the first time at the wedding, she told me, "Sweetie, you must be aware how precious Jack is to me. Our relationship is not like other siblings. We are inseparable. We can do anything for each other. So you better take good care of Jack, okay?" Whenever she visited us, she ensured to leave a long-lasting impression on me with her curt comments. Some of them go like this: "Unless you're really lucky to be married to my dove, Jack, aren't you? Alicia, I must say you can cook well, but you can't match the taste I bring to the food. Isn't it right, Jack? Alicia, please don't mind me saying that you look a little off in front of my handsome brother. He would have made a better couple with my friend Emily. She's so gorgeous and even younger than him, you know. Nonetheless, he chose you over her, so prove to be a better wife, okay?" The thought of having a conversation with her gave me chills, but I had to endure her on important occasions, such as my husband's birthday and Thanksgiving dinner, because she was important to my husband. Jack felt that he owed her love and care for everything she did for him as a child. It was just a matter of a few hours, so I didn't mind. Besides, Jack would always intervene to protect me and ensured not to leave me alone with Carol. So it was fine. Fast forward to the day when my husband told me that Carol is going to move in with us with her family. I was shocked. The lady whom I can't endure for a few hours is going to stay with me. That was too much of Carol for me. But why? What happened? I don't know the complete details. She called me in the afternoon and informed me that she would be moving in with us for some time. For how long? I don't know that. I asked her for the details, and she said that she would let us know everything after coming over. She'd also mentioned that she would need a bigger bedroom for her as Ben needs a larger bed to sleep in. The mattress in the guest room isn't comfortable for Ben. Ben is my sister-in-law's son and is just like his mother. Then what do we do now? Well, I think we need to set up the guest room for ourselves. Jack, let's address the elephant in the room. You know how cranky your sister is. It is insufferable to spend a few hours with her. How can I live with her in the same house? Hey, relax. Why are you stressing so much over it? She would be here just for a weekend. It's been a long time since we've spent such a good amount of time together with each other. So you know she would be hoping to spend time with us. Even if it was just a weekend, it was difficult for me to tolerate her. Honey, I know she's a little possessive about me and sometimes she crosses her line, but you know I owe her this much for all the love and care. I'm her only family, as she is to me. Dad doesn't even bother to check on us. I agreed to let Carol have the bedroom while I shifted our belongings to the guest room. Carol arrived with her son Ben and her husband Henry. To my horror, they arrived with large suitcases, which meant that they were going to be there for a longer time than we expected. After the initial pleasantries were done, Carol started with her unusual requests. "Thea, is the bedroom ready? We're tired from the journey. We need to rest. Also, please unpack my suitcase and put our clothes in the closet. Jack, shift the TV to the bedroom. My son can't sleep without the TV." Jack intervened. Hey, Carol, calm down. Why do you want so much hassle and shuffling for a couple of days?" "Couple of days? Oh, I think I didn't tell you the plan. Our house is undergoing renovation. It will take 6 months to complete, so we are here for the next 6 months." "Yay!" Jack and I glared at each other with a mutual feeling of shock. She continued, "Although Henry asked us to shift with his parents, you know how daunting it is to live with in-laws. Besides, this could be an opportunity for us to spend time together. Isn't it exciting?" 6 months. That was too much of Carol for me. Jack understood that I wasn't taking this well. Jack went on to help Carol and her family settle in the bedroom and later came to the guest room where I was waiting for him impatiently. "Jack, what the hell? 6 months, seriously." I know. Calm down, sweetie. Even I wasn't aware of this. You need to figure this out. I definitely can't stay with her for 6 months. Why can't she just move in with her in-laws or take any temporary accommodation?" "Babe, I know she's difficult, but she's still my sister. I'm her only family. I can't shoo her away when she needs me. So, you want me to put up with her for 6 long months? Honey, I think you need to give her some time to settle down. She has never spent enough time with you. She doesn't know you well. I'm sure once she understands how lovely and caring you are, she'll love you as she loves me. Trust me, she's not as evil as you think. She's just too possessive of me. So let's just give her a chance, okay? Who knows, you might get along with her." Although I wasn't convinced, I thought of giving it a shot. Okay. The next few days were a nightmare for me. I tried my best to accommodate all of Carol's unreasonable requests, like cooking exotic meals, taking Ben for a walk, and putting him to sleep. She didn't help with any of the household work. Her husband, Henry, was kinder and empathetic towards me. "Alicia, we're so sorry to trouble you. Is there anything I can help you with? I see that you are working very hard to make us feel comfortable." "Oh, come on, Henry. I don't think Alicia needs any help. It's a matter of a few months. She can manage on her own. We're guests, and she could do all of these as a host. You're just being too modest." After a few days, Henry decided to stay with his parents instead because it was closer to his house and the office, and he could supervise the renovation work. I realized that after Henry left, Carol and Ben became monsters. Carol upgraded her food menu and her requests turned into orders. "Alicia, it's been a while since I had turkey. Can you have that for dinner today? I've got a sweet tooth. Would you make a pineapple pie today? I'm craving a lobster bisque. Add that for today's dinner." I bit my tongue and nodded. Jack helped as much as he could after his office, but Carol would ask him to spend time with her instead. "Jack, can't you spare the evening for your sister? Let's play tennis on the lawn like we did when we were kids." Carol lounged on the sofa, gorging on the meal served by me, and spent the evenings playing tennis and board games with Jack. Meanwhile, I spent my days relentlessly cooking meals for them, cleaning the house, and serving them like a slave. On top of that, Ben was a headache. He was one of those pampered lads who wants everything in the world. Within a week of their stay, he broke the TV remote, damaged the wall clock, tore away the house plants, and cracked several kitchen items. Every time he damaged anything, Carol would sigh and say, "Ben, you're just getting naughtier, aren't you? Alicia, you know how kids are. I'm sure you'll go through this pain once you have one." I thought to myself that if my kid did any of this, I'd ensure to teach him such a lesson that he wouldn't dare repeat his misdemeanor. I was exhausted. A week passed, but Carol just didn't seem to back off. Her wish list stretched day by day, and the genie inside me was done fulfilling them. I reached the boiling point when she handed over a menu card to me with a list of food that needed to be prepared for her and her family. I know it might sound odd to you, but our food choices are very different. I know you and Jack like oil-free, low-carb diets, but I prefer greasy and spicy foods. For Ben, we need high-carb and protein food, so please prepare separate food for me and Ben. To ease your work, here's the food menu for the week. I rolled my eyes and, instead of going to the kitchen, which had been my workstation for a week, I locked myself in my room waiting for Jack to come back home. All this while, Carol and Ben knocked on the door several times with their orders, like a caramel coffee for Carol and spaghetti for Ben, but I ignored them. I unlocked the door when Jack came in the evening. Carol had already complained to him about my misbehavior, that I had locked myself in the room and didn't serve them coffee and evening snacks. "What's up, babe? Carol said that you locked yourself in the room and didn't answer them when they knocked." "Yes, I did that. See this." I threw the menu card towards him. He saw the list and was fuming with anger. Jack was the kind of person who wanted to handle things subtly, so instead of storming out of the room and unleashing his anger, he told me, "Well, in that case, let's do one thing. You shift to your parents' house for some time." "Seriously, Jack? You want me to shift to my parents' house so that your sister can have a more comfortable stay in this house?" "Babe, once you're gone, how do you think she would have a comfortable stay? Who will cook for her? Who will clean for her?" I took a deep breath and agreed. Jack helped me pack my belongings, and as we were leaving the house, Carol came running in panic. "Hey, where are you guys going?" "Nothing, sis. Alicia is tired, and she's not feeling well, so I'm going to drop her at her parents' house." "Well, she can rest here. I can help her in the kitchen for a few days. Why do you want to bother her parents?" "That's fine. She can rest there comfortably." "Oh, wait. For how long is she going to stay there?" "She'll stay there until she gets better. But don't worry, I'll be back in an hour after dropping her. We'll have dinner together." "But Alicia hasn't prepared any dinner. Ben and I haven't eaten anything since this afternoon." "Oh, come on, Carol. You can prepare dinner by the time I'm back. You're a great cook, aren't you? Let's have Chinese tonight." Carol was disgruntled as we left. She just lost a free cook. Jack told me that Carol was angry when he went back home. For the next few days, Carol let Ben vandalize the house to get back at me. Every time Ben broke something, she would click a picture and send it to me over notes. "Ben broke your flower vase. Sorry." "Ben broke your wall paintings. Sorry." "Ben broke your table lamp." Again. I didn't respond. Instead, I would just forward the messages to Jack. He was losing his patience. He tried to confront Carol, but she brushed it off, saying, "Oh, Jack, Ben is a naughty little kid. Remember how naughty you were when we visited Uncle Peter on his birthday? You broke his $5,000 Buddha statue, which he bought from his India trip. It was an accident. Uncle Peter's son pushed me on the statue. Ben is doing this deliberately. You should stop him." They argued over this, but Ben didn't back off. He continued to create a ruckus in the house. Jack was losing all the respect and affection he had for his dear sister. After a few days, I got a notification that my ATM card had been blocked because the wrong PIN was entered too many times. Guess what? It wasn't me who was using the card. I left the card at home. I forgot to bring it with me. It was a no-brainer that Carol was the one who tried to tamper with my card. Thanks to the efficient banking system, she couldn't lift a penny from my accounts. When I was just sighing in relief, I realized that the wallet had my debit as well as my credit card. After a failed attempt on the debit card, she might try her hands on my credit card, which doesn't need a PIN. One can just pay with a tap. I started shivering in panic. I hurriedly tried to call up the bank and block my credit card, but by then I got a notification that $10,000 had been withdrawn from my credit card, which was the credit limit of my card. I had immediately called up the bank and reported the transaction, stating the card was lost. I lost my patience and decided to put an end to Carol's perversity. I headed towards my home and on my way, called Jack to inform him about everything. I also told him I was heading home to confront Carol and put an end to everything. He asked me to wait for him, but I didn't listen. I barged into my house, which was a hovel. It was vandalized by Ben. The living space was littered with cushions, pillows, broken pieces of toys, and whatnot. The dinner table was stocked with cutlery, half-eaten fruits, and boxes of jam and juices. Carol was lying on the couch, playing with her monster son. "Carol, what the hell is this? A house or a pigsty? Is this how you kept your own house? How dare you talk to me like this? If you were so concerned about your house, why did you leave? Forget that. Did you tamper with my cards? I left my cards at home. Someone has tried to access my ATM card and has also withdrawn $10,000 from my credit card. Was that you? Are you alleging that I've stolen your money? You think I'm a thief? I'm going to call up Jack right now and tell him about your outrageous allegation. He'll never forgive you for talking to me in this manner. You'll see how he's going to divorce you for misbehaving with me." I kept staring at her foolishness. She called up Jack, who didn't answer her call. After a few minutes, Jack entered, and Carol rushed toward him and hugged him. "Jack, thank God you're here. Your wife is accusing me of tampering with her cards. She's harassing me and my son. Chase her out of this house and your life. She's a devil. She's wrong. You didn't tamper with her cards. You stole her cards and the money. I've had enough of you. You are a narcissist. You're no longer the sister who nursed me as a kid. You've become a demon." Carol was frozen by this, and so was I. Jack was never this loud, but from his words it was evident that Carol had pushed all his buttons. "Jack, have you lost your senses? How can you talk to your sister like this? I'm the one who raised you. I nursed you when you were ill. I took care of you. I was the one to stand with you when you had no one. Enough of counting favors, Carol. If you were there for me, I too stood by you for all these years. But enough is enough. You tormented my wife, let your son vandalize the house, and now you're stealing money. You've stooped so low to torture Alicia. Do you realize that I'm also suffering because of this?" Carol was taken aback by Jack's confrontation. She started sobbing to escape the ordeal. "Well, in that case, I'll leave this place immediately." "By all means, but before that, give back the cards," Jack demanded, his voice firm. She turned monstrous. "I don't have any cards. Your treacherous wife has manipulated you against me. I knew she was a lousy woman the moment I saw her on the wedding day, but it was too late to stop you. You'll regret it. You'll regret it badly. Enough. Cut the crap. Give me my card and the $10,000 you've withdrawn from the credit card, or else I'll call the police on you. For the last time, I don't have the cards." But then we heard a crackling sound. Ben was playing with the cards, breaking them into pieces. That sight changed everything. "That's it. I've tolerated you enough. Leave my house right away. I'm breaking all ties with you. I don't want to see your face ever again." "Jack, don't do this, please. You're my only family. You know that you can't abandon me." Jack called up Henry and told him everything. Henry wasn't aware of all this. He was busy juggling his work and overseeing his house renovation. He was shocked to hear all this. Henry admitted that Carol was a possessive person and sometimes crosses her line. He confessed that he was also having a difficult time dealing with Carol. She was so insecure that she didn't let Henry meet his female friends and colleagues. She also got cranky when Henry's parents and siblings visited him. Henry rushed down to our house and apologized to Jack and me. He offered to compensate for the damage caused by Ben, but Jack refused. Carol was sulking and wasn't ready to leave, but Henry dragged her out of the house. I breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I was able to get rid of Carol. I no longer had to worry about her taunts and humiliations at family gatherings. I doubt if she would be a part of any important occasions, because this incident became hot gossip amongst the extended family, and everyone was laughing at how justice was served to Carol. She had to spend the remaining months at her in-laws' place, where her mother-in-law was giving her a tough time. Henry turned a blind eye to it, as he wanted Carol to have a taste of her own medicine. I was happy that Jack finally saw Carol's true colors.
I am Athena, although I'm not as young as most people here. I think my story will interest you. My story is about how I received revenge from my ex-husband Kingston and ex-mother-in-law Mary, almost 8 years after our divorce. Yes, I'm now single, especially because my marriage and divorce scared me for life. Well, I think there is little hope for me to date again for a while. I'm happy with my revenge against my ex-husband and ex-mother-in-law. Kingston and I met through a work colleague. He was my colleague's cousin, and we met at one of his anniversary parties. When Kingston and I met, I discovered that he is a very sweet and charming guy. While he didn't have a huge income, I felt that he was a good person, so I decided to give him a chance. Initially, our relationship progressed beautifully. We're the perfect couple who couldn't keep their hands off each other. However, as the relationship progressed, Kingston started to reduce his affection and instead began making weird demands. He said, "Why'd you live so frugally? Athena? You earned so much but never treat me or yourself with anything. I'm even surprised your friends want to be with you. I mean, you don't match up to their standards." I already told you, Kingston, just because I earn more money doesn't mean I should spend it all on my lifestyle. I have plans for the future, and I like saving for it. You are just hiding your money from people. It's just that you don't want to share it with me. That's not it, Kingston. It's not like I don't pamper you from time to time. You don't even have to look after me. Well, that's not enough. I have a dream of living a good life. I don't think I can be with you if you want to be such a cheapskate. Kingston's words hurt me back then. However, seeing the people around me, I thought that I was being unfair to my partner. I didn't make much more money than him, so I should be spending more money on him. I naively took this logic and ran with it. Well, I was happy with him for a while and even married him. Yes, I also very stupidly paid for most of the wedding out of my pocket and contributed more than 70% to our household expenses. At the moment, I thought that I was simply doing it for my life partner. However, I never thought I would be exploited for my love. You see, just a few months after my marriage to Kingston, his mom moved in with us. Yes, my mother-in-law simply walked in through the door with the suitcases. She announced, "So, Athena, you must be surprised to see me here. Well, I'm going to live here from now on." What? Wait a minute, Mary. Who the hell said this is okay? You can't just barge into our house and say what you want. Calm down. Athena, I'm the one who invited Mom over. She will be staying with us from now on. Why are you being so dramatic? It's just my mom. She can't work for the rest of her life. But we never talked about this, Kingston. Why would you make such a decision without me? Look, you earn enough money to take care of the three of us, so I didn't think of consulting you. Your mom is my money anyway. I don't need your permission to bring my mom to my house. I was pretty pissed at both Kingston and Mary for being so disrespectful to me. However, I had no choice but to take in Mary. Our rented house was in both our names, even when I was the only one paying the bills. Kingston rarely had money to pay for anything. In the 5 years I stayed with him, he never bought me a single gift. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't want extravagant gifts. I can live without them just fine. However, his total lack of effort in the relationship really bothered me when we married. Plus, I was stuck paying for his mom, who didn't even help with chores. One day, I grew extremely tired of their attitudes. I vented to my work colleague about Mary and Kingston. That's when his face turned very glum. I could tell that he was hiding something. When I pressed him for information, he revealed to me that Kingston was addicted to gambling. He wanted to give me some money because he'd lost his previous job for cash theft. Guys, I felt like my world had fallen apart. At first, I refused to believe him. Then he sent me screenshots of their conversation. It even had pictures of Kingston gambling away with girls around him. I was sick to my stomach. I immediately went home and confronted Kingston. I said, "I know all about your gambling ways, Kingston. I also know that you got fired from your last job for theft. What is wrong with you?" "Oh, please, Athena. Not everyone wants to be a cheapskate middle-class worker like you. I will earn my millions. I'm slowly getting good at it. Soon I'll be successful and we'll be millionaires." "You are out of your mind, Kingston. How the hell are you even getting money for gambling?" "Why, your savings account had some good cash in it. Did it come in handy for my last few games?" I immediately froze hearing what he just said. If one betrayal wasn't enough, there was another one coming. I had no idea that Kingston was secretly stealing from my savings. I was devastated. I immediately began screaming at him for touching my savings. I worked hard for years to build them. Now they were all gone for Kingston's gambling ways. Hearing our fight, Mary came to see what was going on. Quite unsurprisingly, she took Kingston's side. She said, "My son is an intelligent guy. I'm sure he will make it big through gambling. You are fighting with him for no reason. Your money is also his money. He has the right to spend it as he pleases." "No, absolutely not. It was the money I saved through blood and sweat. You two pay almost nothing to the household. Hell, I didn't even know Kingston lost his job. He stole my money to gamble and make it look like he still has a job. Don't talk about my son like that. He is doing you a favor. You are not capable of being successful on your own. Only Kingston can make something out of his life. You are useless. You have some nerve calling me useless when all you have done is use my money. Neither you nor your son have helped me. This last year, I have shouldered the family alone, and this is what I get in return. I'm done with you too. Kingston is just a failure who will never get anything in life. I am leaving." It was then that I decided that I needed to divorce Kingston. Sure, I did love him and all, but the betrayal was too much to take. Plus, I didn't want to stay with a man who had no problem spending my money on gambling. For a long time, I was already getting tired of our marriage. I knew that Kingston would never improve. He had proved to me that, so I decided to file for divorce. Getting an amicable divorce was a complete shitstorm. My jerk of an ex did everything to try and keep me from leaving. First, it was begging me to stay. Then he starts to blackmail me about taking half my assets and alimony in the divorce. His mother also ganged up on me and kept harassing me to make up with Kingston. Took several months for my lawyer to convince him to give up alimony and sharing of assets. I threatened to press charges for bank theft since Kingston had withdrawn money without my consent. That made him sign the divorce papers. However, at the end of the day, I still lost lots of money due to his gambling, but nothing stopped Kingston and Mary from making a final insult towards me. They said, "You haven't won, Athena. You're nothing but a worthless witch. You might be earning a lot now, but one day I will be richer than you. You will have to beg me for money. We won't forget this insult, Athena. You abandoned my son and me when we needed you. One day you will pay for it, mark my words. Athena Kingston will be more successful than you. Let's wait and see what happens. A day will come when I will make you eat your words. We'll see who ends up doing the begging." Ultimately, when the divorce was finalized, I left my job to join a new one. I wanted to be away from my past life, especially didn't want to be around Kingston's cousin. So I took a job out of state. I got a promotion, which made the offer even more lucrative. Over the years that passed, I started to save again. While working my butt off, I was able to rise through the ranks and get fast promotions. At the end of 8 years, I had saved enough money to invest in the company I was working for. After a meeting with all the company heads, I finally became a director. It was like my dream came true. From what I had heard, Kingston kept indulging in gambling and lost what little money and assets he had. Kingston and Mary were moving to my state because a lot of their debtors were after them. After moving here, Kingston married a rich heiress, Riley, whose father is a business associate of mine. He had been complaining about Riley and how he is suspicious of his new son-in-law. He also didn't like Mary and considered her to be a freeloader. I kept quiet because I knew it wasn't time yet to destroy Kingston. I was leading a pretty good life until I got a rather unexpected call from Mary. I heard from my assistant that Kingston had applied for a position at the company. I was kind of curious and wanted to see if it was finally time for me to give him his just desserts. Turns out I was just on point. Mary called me to gloat about Kingston and their new life. She said, "Hello, Athena, this is Mary. I hope you haven't forgotten me yet." "Ah, Mary, how could I forget my dear mother-in-law who has mooched off me for 3 years and helped her son steal my money? Long time no see, Mary. Well, I have some news for you today." "Athena, it's been a while since we have talked." "Yes, Mary, it has been a while. So what made you make this call? Remember how you called my son a failure? He's married to a beautiful girl and also found a new job, that pays him $120K per year. See, Athena, after all this while, my son has become successful. It's your loss." I heard this and started to laugh. To me, her words were extremely funny. Most of what she said was a lie, but she didn't realize that I already knew the truth. Instead, she seemed quiet and confused. When I finally got my laughter under control, I said, "First of all, dear ex-mother-in-law, Kingston only gets $60K a year. There is no reason to lie to people, And yes, I already have all the information about him." "What do you mean? Are you accusing me of lying to you? And who told you that he earned $60K? Well, no one had to, Mary. Do you want to know how I found out? Well, my assistant was the one who interviewed him yesterday. That is impossible. There is no way you are related to the company. It's a big enterprise, and you are a worthless woman. Here's some news for you, Mary. I am a director at this company, so I'm well aware of how much Kingston can actually get. By the way, you are bold assuming he has got the job. Well, my son is pretty smart and won't have trouble getting the job. You and I both know that. Here's some more news for you, Mary. I checked his name on the list of candidates, and my assistant placed him at the bottom. Like I said 8 years ago, no sane company would hire him with a gap in his record. And don't worry, I will gladly inform his beautiful wife just how you and Kirsten have been fooling her." When I said this, Mary started to change her stance completely. I could tell that my words got to her. She might be old, but she's not that dumb. I knew she had already Googled to see if my name popped into the company. By now, she knew that I wasn't lying. So Mary resorted to begging. "Okay, Athena, look, I see you have made it big in life, but you should also understand that my son has a lot of contributions to your success. You should keep that in mind and give him the job. Can't you just stop making me laugh, Mary? After everything you two have done, do you expect me to help you? I mean, you called me today to gloat about Kingston's apparent success. I just want people to know that he's not a loser. I was trying to prove a point. Anyway, he's married to a rich and beautiful girl. I'm sure she's even richer than you and will support him. Is that so, Mary? Then I think you will have no problem with me telling her the truth. I did see you on her Facebook, that she thinks her husband has a 120K job and owns a lot of properties. Mind if I tell her the truth? No, no, no. Athena, listen to me. Don't do this to Kingston. You've come so far in life. Why do you want to dwell on the past? Have some pity on us and give Kingston the job. This is the least you can do after being such an unsupportive wife. Listen to me, Mary, very carefully. I will not help Kingston. He is perfectly capable of destroying his own reputation at this point. I'll never vouch for him, not even from a professional point of view. So instead of bothering me with your fake flexes, you should help your son find a good job. Good luck with that, Mary. Trust me, you will need it. I said that and hung up the phone. Mary did keep calling me back, but I never picked up. I had no interest in indulging in her tantrums. Instead, I quickly got to work. I informed my assistant that I wanted everyone who didn't get selected to receive their rejection letter. He told me that it would be done soon. Then I simply sat and waited for Kingston to call me. I knew he would have my phone number from Mary. As I predicted, Kingston called me within an hour of receiving the mail. I picked up his call because I wanted a first-hand experience of his humiliation. He did sound desperate and nothing like the arrogant jerk that I divorced. I said, "What do you want, Kingston? I see that my dear ex-mother-in-law gave you my number already. Athena, I know you are one of the directors at the company I interviewed for. I just got the rejection letter. Please do something and help me get the job. I know you can help if you want to. Why do you think I would jeopardize my professional life for you? Do you think I am mad? You have some nerve to ask me to give you a job after all these years. Look, I know I didn't treat you right back then, but I was still your husband. We do have some good memories. Please consider those and give me the job. My wife, Riley, will leave me if I don't get a job soon. I know that you have lied to Riley about your financial situation. Guess what, Kingston? I know her family. I also have her number from her dad. All I have to do is tell the truth and let her be free. No, no, no. Please don't do this. Don't destroy my marriage. Athena. Riley will divorce me if she finds out. And if she divorces you, all your plans will fail. You won't be able to touch her inheritance or her money, and you won't be able to get the life you always wanted. Kingston went absolutely silent after hearing me say this. I knew I had hit the jackpot with this information. My real revenge had just started. Kingston immediately started to beg me to not tell Riley about everything. I simply hung up the phone on him. Next, I sent a quick text to Riley and asked her to call me. I explained who I was and hoped Kingston hadn't reached her before me. When she did call me, I said, "Hi, Riley. My name is Athena, and I'm your father's friend. I also happen to be the ex-wife of your now husband. There are a few things that you should know about Kingston. He has been lying to you." What do you mean, Athena? What is he lying about? Well, I guess you think he is pretty rich and up to your family standards. Well, he is not rich at all. He has absolutely nothing of value. You posted on Facebook that he got a 120K job. Well, I'm the director of the company he mentioned, and he only applied for a 6-decade job, which he didn't get. What the hell are you talking about? What he told me. I know what he told you, Riley. I've seen it on your Facebook. I know you might not believe me, but you can ask your dad. He can easily find out if Kingston is lying. But I don't understand. Why would Kingston lie to me? Because he wanted to take over your inheritance and properties. He always wanted a luxurious life for himself, and he is a gambler. Unfortunately, we divorced because I refused to fund his lifestyle, support his gambling habits. His mother supports him. Anyway, I don't know what he told you, but that's the truth. You can ask around if you are doubtful about me. I don't want you to be stuck with a liar and a loser. Tell me, Athena, I'll dig for more information and find out. Also, don't worry. I make him sign a prenup and only agree to remove it once he gets a job. Looks like that won't be happening after all. With that being done, I simply finished my part of the revenge. The aftermath of everything was glorious. Marion and Kingston at first kept calling me and telling me to get him a job. They begged me to pity them and help them out. Meanwhile, Riley was on Kingston's case and uncovered the truth herself. I was the one who handed over some information to her father. Her father was also pretty mad and told me that he would see the end of Kingston's lies. After 2 days, the texts I received from my ex-mother-in-law and ex-husband flipped. They kept calling me a witch and a jerk for destroying Kingston's marriage. Riley and her dad confronted him and then filed for divorce. Since Riley still had the prenup in place, none of her assets would go to Kingston. Instead, Kingston would now have to hire a lawyer to work through the divorce. Marion and Kingston did keep harassing me until I threatened to expose them online. That made them stop contacting me. Last I heard, Kingston still comes by our company to see if there is a position open. I also heard from sources that Marion and Kingston are now constantly fighting about money problems. I guess now Marion will finally know what it's like to be stuck with a man-child for the rest of her life.
Hello, my name is Olivia. I'm a 35-year-old woman. I was married to my husband Liam for 5 years before something happened in our life which changed everything. It was the ingress of my younger sister Lucy. She is 2 years younger than me and was a complete bully to me when we were kids. Beautiful with sharp facial features, she had a slim figure with blue eyes. She was blessed with my mother's genes, while I got my father's genes of brown eyes and a fluffy body. I was overweight as a kid. I had to follow a strict diet to be in shape in my teens, while Lucy remained slim, without following any healthy diets. We were both never on good terms as teenagers. She considered herself to be superior to me and bullied me, but I wasn't the person who could easily be victimized. I used to revolt, and that led to ugly fights between us, in which our parents had to be involved. The fights were way more severe than a regular siblings fight. I was relieved when I left home for my university. We didn't keep in touch after I moved out, although we met on a few occasions. We both were civil. One day, when I was just wrapping up my work at the office, I got a call from Lucy out of the blue. "Hey, Olivia, this is Lucy." "Lucy, hi. How come you called so suddenly?" "Yeah, I got a job in California, but I don't have any accommodation. I'm new to that city, you know. Besides, this is my first trip outside of Montana. So can I stay with you for a few days until I find a place?" Okay. "Cool, see you then. Bye." We were from Montana. I moved to California for a job after my university and settled there. I don't know to this day why I said yes to her on that call. Lucy was single, and as per my mother, she didn't find the right man for herself, so she chose to be single. I came home and told my husband about this, and he was like, "As long as she doesn't bother me, I should be fine. We can set up the guest room for her." I never told Liam about my ugly relationship with Lucy. Let's just say that I was too embarrassed about it. I wanted to move on from my past and hence never mentioned it to anybody. For the initial few days, she didn't bother us much. She stayed in her room by herself. But over time, I observed that she bonded with my husband. It was almost 2 weeks since Lucy had moved in with us. Although she asked for a week's accommodation, I couldn't just tell her to move out. I could understand how difficult it is to find a place in the heart of the city. One day, I came home to find Liam and Lucy gabbing comfortably on the sofa and munching on snacks. I was perplexed at the sight because it was the first time I saw both of them together. Also, Liam usually came late from work. "What's up, guys?" "Hey, Olivia, Lucy and I were just catching up on our college lives." Your sister is fun. I nodded with a smile. I was suggesting Lucy stays with us instead of finding another place. I mean, we anyways have a spare room, but she's afraid that you would like this idea. Yeah, sure, if you're fine. So am I. She's my sister, by the way. Liam, how come you're home so early? Actually, I wasn't feeling well, so I took a half day off and came in the afternoon. Lucy was really sweet to make hot soup for me. I feel so much better. That's nice. Thanks for taking care of my husband while I was away. Yeah, no worries. Besides, Liam is a funny man. I enjoyed his company, I must say. You're such a gold digger. You managed to find a charming man with money. Wow. Excuse me. I was kidding, Olivia. Relax. You still don't get jokes. Oh, you got her, Lucy. See her puppy face. They both burst into laughter like two high school girls, giggling at silly jokes. I smiled and pushed off to my room. To be honest, I wasn't sure to let Lucy live with us because somewhere, I knew that she was still that evil kid who can't stand anyone having a better life than hers. But I couldn't just say no to her based on my instincts. They say that instincts are your guardian angels, and my instincts were so damn accurate. He was always in awe of Lucy's fashion sense, her diet plans, her food habits, and so on. I suspected that it was happening due to Lucy's presence in our house. Hence I confronted Liam about his growing closeness towards Lucy. But he tripped me off, saying, "Oh, don't be jealous. I'm just being the nice host to your sister." I noticed a gradual change in Liam's behavior. He got cranky at the slightest inconvenience and didn't leave any opportunity to belittle me for my dressing sense, my eating habits, and so on. He would often assert, "Olivia, I think you should upgrade your wardrobe. Maybe you could take some fashion tips from your sister." Thanks for the advice, but I think I have a decent fashion sense, and I can carry off myself quite well. You're jealous of Lucy, aren't you? I mean, despite being just 2 years younger than you, she looks way more youthful when you're out and about. Looks like you're too fascinated by my sister, aren't you? Damn, I met the wrong sister. I gave a disgruntled look to Liam. Oh, come on, I was just kidding. Chill, honey. His tasteless humor is no less than rags to me. Soon my sister joined him in bullying me. They crossed all their limits one weekend when I was getting ready for my office party, wearing a red gown. Wow, what a pretty red dress. It would look just fabulous on you, Lucy. I was horrified at his remarks. My sister Lucy, lounging on the sofa, smirked at me and said, "Well, Olivia's just wasting her money on these beautiful dresses." I mean, why would someone spend bombs of money despite knowing that they're gonna look ugly irrespective of any dress they wear? I pity you, darling. Are you both crazy? Do you realize how hateful and cruel you both sound? Honey, I think you're overreacting. I just mean that you shouldn't be spending so much money on these fancy, skinny clothes. They look awful on you. You should wear something which suits your age, probably more easy breezy. Hello, you're just a couple of years younger than me. Besides, it's my choice what I want to wear and what not. You stay out of it. Such a narcissist, aren't you, Liam? How enough did you fall for her? Doesn't she look older than you? Well, she is 2 years older than me. Wow, you might age, Liam. That's why we bond so well, Olivia. Don't bother, I guess all these don't get our fashion sense. They both started giggling at this. Enough of ganging up and bullying me. How dare you speak such evil of me sitting in my house and ganging up with my husband? You're such an insecure woman. Are you a legend that I'm messing up with your husband? Don't you dare try to frame me. I'm not a desperate woman like you. I rolled my eyes and left the house, fuming with anger. I cursed myself to let her stay at my house. I picked my brain in every possible way to plan my revenge on these two monsters. The next day, Liam came to me with an unusual request. "Hey, I think we should give our bedroom to Lucy." "What? Why do you want such a thing?" Lucy has been complaining that her room is small and the mattress of her bed is not comfortable. Besides, she doesn't like the full seats and the bathroom fixtures of the guest room. Isn't that too much of a demand? We have given her shelter in this house. Instead of being grateful to her, she's poking holes at the arrangements. I'm not going to give away my room to her. Come on, she's a guest. We should serve her to the best we can. Technically, she is not a guest as you've asked her to move in here permanently. So she needs to adjust. Even if you consider her to be the guest, then she's rightly placed in the guest room. Liam was disgruntled at my response. Lucy was right. You're an insecure and selfish woman. Saying this, he stormed out of the room. I was exhausted by their gimmicks. My sister was always jealous and hateful towards me. She couldn't bear to see anything good happening to me. My bedroom was larger than the guest room, with better mattresses and amenities, which she couldn't bear. I often saw her lurking in my room, checking out my wardrobe, but I didn't imagine that she would be so desperate to ask Liam to swap the room. This incident got me retrospection. I started vacuuming my room to see if I could find any evidence. Halfway through it, I found something which affirmed my doubts. I found my sister's ring lying beneath the bed. That discovery led to thousands of stories in my mind. Is she sneaking into my room and stealing anything? Why the hell she gets inside my room? Are they having an affair? I deliberately confronted her in front of my husband to see if Liam is her partner in the crime. You know what I mean. Lucy, while cleaning the bedroom today, I found your ring beneath my bed. Here you go. I passed the ring to her. Oh, thank God you found this. I've been looking for it for the last so many days. I carefully observed both of their reactions. Liam was baffled, whereas Lucy responded to me calmly. Okay, I wonder how did your ring find its way inside my bedroom? Oh, actually, I was changing in your room when my ring slipped off my fingers and made its way under the bed. I searched for it, but I couldn't find it. I was dumbstruck at her nonchalant response. And why would you do that? Why did you change in my room? Oh, I used your washroom. The water was not running properly in my washroom, so I used yours. Oh, is it? But you didn't inform me. I could have called up the plumber. Liam interrupted in between. Oh, come on, Olivia. Why are you digging up so much over such a trivial thing? Besides, that was the reason she wanted our bedroom anyways. I'll call the plumber and get everything fixed. Lucy was a confident liar ever since she was a kid. I knew she was lying, and my husband, who was initially astonished, got mesmerized by her nonchalant lies and saved her back. I knew that something was cooking up between them, but I needed enough proof to expose them, else I'll come as a Delphic in front of my husband and my family. So I decided to swallow my anger and gather proof to expose them. We were living in that apartment for many years, so I befriended the security guards and caretaker of the building. The next day, I casually got indulged in chit-chat with the guards to gather more information about Liam. To my surprise, the guard told me that Liam comes home every afternoon and leaves again before the evening. This information was the missing puzzle piece. I was shocked. He takes a break from the office, drives back home to spend time with that witch, and then again goes back to work. Seriously. This manipulative witch really knows how to get her way out. I was raging with anger, but I didn't let that get over me. I planned for my revenge on this pervert and my wicked sister. I felt so gross sleeping in that bed, knowing what was going around in my absence. But the animosity of exposing my sister and low-life husband kept me going. Finally, I chopped out a plan to avenge my humiliation. I called up my parents-in-law and invited them to my house for lunch. I told them Liam had got promoted and that I was arranging a surprise party for him. I planned to pick them up from their home the next day in the afternoon, and together we would come to our house. I wanted to call my parents too to witness the harrowing scene of their younger daughter Lucy, but I was afraid my mother might leak the plan to Lucy. On the next day, just during the afternoon, I called up the security guard of the building. "Hey, this is Olivia from apartment number 302. I'm unable to contact my husband, Liam. Did you see him coming home this afternoon?" "Yes, he has arrived just now. Do you want me to pass any message to him?" "No, I'll call him on the landline." "Thank you." I quickly drove to my parents-in-law's house to pick them up. "Hey, you guys, come in." "Hey, Olivia, why did you plan the surprise on a weekday?" "Well, Liam has called in sick today as he wasn't feeling well. So I thought of throwing the surprise party today to lighten his mood. He would feel good to have you guys in on the celebration." "Wow, I'm so happy for him." I hurriedly drove towards my house and rushed into the apartments with my parents-in-law. Instead of ringing the doorbell, I used my keys to unlock the main door. I turned on my phone's camera and told my in-laws that I'm going to record Liam's surprise. The expression, the living room was empty, but I knew where they were. I asked my parents-in-law to tiptoe with me to the bedroom. I paraded into my bedroom and saw the horror in front of my eyes. They both were frozen to death at this sight. Liam yelled, "You filthy pig. What are you doing here?" "Guys, I have others with me." Saying this, I moved aside, and both of them were dumbfounded to see my parents-in-law. Liam and Lucy started dressing themselves up while Liam begged his parents. "Mom, Dad, this is not how it looks. I can explain." "Wait." Disgusting, Mike and Beth left the room in shame. I followed them to the living room. "Mike and Beth, look, I'm sorry that you both had to experience this, but I had no other way than this to expose the truth. Liam is your son, and you would not have believed me even if I gave you proof." I don't know what to say. I just feel so disgusted that I want to throw up. Liam rushed to the living room. "Mom, I could explain. It's a misunderstanding. Both these sisters are trying to frame me." "Shut up. Just shut up. Don't act innocent. You're not a 5-year-old who can be tricked into anything." "I can't stand him. Beth, let's go, Liam. Don't you ever contact us. You disgust us." As soon as Mike and Beth left, Lucy and Liam pounced on me. "You ugly, really? Such narcissistic behavior. You've always been like this. I sheltered you at my house. Instead of being grateful for that, you are sleeping with my husband. Wow, I was stupid to assume that you have grown mature, but you're as horrible as you were when you were a kid. And what are you? An old hag, a scumbag, a heavier one though. Why didn't you tell your husband about your couch potato teenage story? Were you embarrassed to accept yourself? I've had enough of you both. I'm going to send this recording to Mom and Dad. They should also know about their marriage breaker daughter. Don't you dare do that. I'll sue you for framing me. Good luck, sue me." At last, I pulled out the divorce papers from my bag and threw them on Liam's face. Liam and Lucy were disgruntled at me. They held abuses at me as I took my bags and left the house. I had already packed my belongings, so I didn't have to withstand the cruel do. I left the house and lived with my friend for a few days, until I was able to find a decent lawyer for myself who helped me claim alimony from my husband. I sent the video recordings to my parents, and they were ashamed of Lucy and Liam's infidelity. My parents wanted me to shift to Montana, but I was strong enough to rebuild myself, so I stayed with my friend. 4 days later, I got a call from my mother-in-law, Beth. "Olivia, where are you? Why is everything all right? You sound distressed." "Yeah, Liam has been arrested on the charges of embezzling funds from his company." "What?" "Yeah, the amount is huge. They say it's more than $500,000. We need to return the money as soon as possible." $500,000? Oh my God. Liam is pressed with fraud charges now, but if we don't pay the amount, he would be pressed with criminal charges with severe punishment. Then why don't you ask him to pay the money and get done with it? Lucy has run away with the money. The cops are looking for her, but I think she's left California. Liam has transferred the money to her account to avoid any suspicions after being caught. He's trying to contact her to return the money, but she has abandoned him. I wasn't surprised to know that Lucy could do such a selfish thing. She was a horrible human being. Beth, I understand what you're going through, but sadly I can only offer condolence to you at this point. After seeing Liam's true colors, I'm sorry I can't offer any help to him whatsoever. But we need to find Lucy and the money to be able to save Liam. Could you help the police with the details of Lucy's friends and relatives where she could be hiding possibly? I paused to absorb all the information.